Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. Helps if I hit the button. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 50 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Big Tilly's in second. Nyx Flare is in third. Let's see. Sigma, Big Tilly, Nyx Flare. The boss is already dead. Mavin killed them and got themselves in third place. Big Tilly is now in first. Mavin is in second. Sigma is in third as we take on the last batch. And looks like we're done. We've won. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 1 kill, 22 assists. Big Tilly is in second place. 7 kills, 16 assists. Dob is in third with 17 assists. Welcome to the battle. I don't believe I've seen you before. We have Centurion. We have Lego heads. We have no one claiming them. So, Huawei gets the Centurion and Mrs. Noodles gets the Lego head. And we leave the event officially. Starting on a map that's got more or less nothing. So we're going to take the low road as that is the fastest one to the boss. We start with an easy battle. On the way to the boss, I don't believe the present gives anything anymore. And time for my second monk. We may not reach the end. My understanding is that the new event starts at some point today. Wait, did I? Okay. And it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop. Where anything level 30, and my lion, my Lego head, has actually hit 30. So I will only be raising the archers for a while, and I have sacrificed one for the soul. I am above 20k. I gotta refresh. I'm above 25. And yeah, that's that. So, half an hour to see how this turns out. And we survived transition. Alrighty. Now to look on the viewer side, where anything neither 1 nor 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 50k. I'm above 55. I'm above 60. Okay, this was a very good haul. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Thursday, 4th day of the work week, post-hump day, which means lace on your good walking shoes because we are starting down the hump. We are officially approaching the weekend. Looking at it, not scaring it away, hopefully. And, maybe it's early enough or time enough to start making plans. Hope the week has gone well. Hope you are energized for the rest of it. As usual, I basically have nothing to say. Life is going well. Hey, Darth. Weekend, yeah. Yep, soon. Soon enough. This morning it is the world which is. All right. Yeah, this I don't I don't think this is gonna happen. Like, I don't, at this point, I don't know if Dennis will realize it. Huh, really? I could have sworn I had set this up here. Where did it go? Where's streets and... alright, where's the file itself? Would that be here? Or... or in here? Huh. Where did I put this? I'm missing a file. My map. The map I've been using. It's almost, at this point, like Streets and Trips, which is what I've been using, has been removed from my computer. Okay, there you are. And holy cow, yep, Streets and Maps has been removed. What the hell? Since when, Windows, do you remove apps? Well, all right, let's see. Installers. Really? Where's the installer? Maybe it's on this computer instead. Okay, now that makes no sense. How the hell did I install it if I don't have the installer? I was using it last week, the week before that. Or are you saying I have not installed it at all? Huh. Okay. Really? I could have sworn I used it on this computer. That's not what... Oh, oh, you are going to be that difficult, aren't you? Well, that's really annoying. I'm gonna have to double check. I mean, when I'm done walking, I'm gonna have to double check on the other computer if it has the installer. I mean, I hope it does. Of course, if it does, I should have moved it here. Double check the install. Hey, Akla! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Trying to push yourself to right, despite your brain going against it. Well, I hope you make it work. Doom teach you how to turn your novel into EPUB. Nice. Finish Dungeon Runner 1. Very nice. You must have done the conversion before I had to stub it for Kindle Unlimited. Congratulations. Honestly, if I hadn't had a bump in the reads, like I got $100 out of the reads period for Dungeon Runner in April. So that you know, compared to the $7 in March, that made me go, okay, it's worth leaving it there for a little longer. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I understand that, once you're in Kindle Unlimited, it's very much to my detriment to leave, but mostly, especially for a series, because when if I put book 2 on Kindle Unlimited, that's going to encourage people to read book 1 and so on. But yeah. Did I read what Doom said? How he starts on Amazon and then puts it on Royal Road? Or is that something more recent? I looked at it and it's... I'm set in my ways. Like at this, like, if I were to try that, it would have to be with the next series, because but then again, I don't like that. Like, I just, for me, I mean, it'll probably depend on if my support sites pick up. Because I definitely see Royal Road as a way of having people discover me. And my possibly misplaced hope is that, then they'll be gracious enough to support me in some way. Be that by buying the book or joining my support site. I'm very well aware that if I were more of an entertainer, that would be more effective. But, this is the boring me. This is who you get. And this was not a, how dare you not buy my book. Like, I fully understand that some people can't afford my book. And I'm pretty much the same way. If a book is not free, I have to really think about, do I have the money to spend on that? Especially knowing how bad I am at reading books. I need to find a time frame. I need to find some way where where doing that's going to be more appealing than everything else that can distract me. Right now, I've tried before bed, which is when I have some time, but I'm too tired. It leads to me not really enjoying the experience, and I can't tell if it's because I'm tired or because the book is not good. Right now, the only way I read is when I'm walking and listening to an audiobook. Audiobooking has its cons. Oh, yeah. For me is I can only do it if I'm not doing anything else that requires thoughts. Otherwise, it just becomes background noise, and then what's the point? So, as I said, I listen to them when I'm walking or running my errands, because you had to go back to, yeah. So, it's, I might do it when I bake, because at this point, my baking is mainly mechanical. Like, I've done it so often, it doesn't require a lot of thinking. But if I'm going to try something new, I can't do it that way. I need a better method. All right. Okay. Well. All right. So. Looks like I'm not gonna have a choice. I will have to go on Google Maps. Did I might have already. I already have. What I don't like with this is I don't have. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Can you? Oh, I can draw a line. Okay, that's interesting. That's not gonna work. Oh, let's do that. And that's the thing. That's the reason I don't like you. You don't cut across. That's why I don't like these new apps. Especially those that are online, because one, they're online, which means if I'm not, I can't do anything about it. And they are so locked into thinking they know what you want to do that you can't do what you want to do. And it's really bugging me. Actually, I need to stop this. I'll be right back. Enjoy your lurk, Akla. And this is how my mind works. I can't write until I've got that the app up and running, and I can look at the stuff I want to look at. Oh, I see. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 6 ice cubes. And, yeah, let's see if we can get rid of them before they turn into dinosaurs. Foxy Fan is in first place. Gator Paws takes over that. Darth is in third. Well, it looks like we're at least going to have one, because we are going all in one direction and we're not going to make it to the other one in time. Let's see. Alexi takes over third. Foxy Fan is in first. Gator Paws is in second. And now we deal with a dinosaur. And I believe we're done. We've won. Foxy Fan is in first place with 10 assists. Gator Paws is in second place, 2 kills, 7 assists. And Alexi is in third, 2 assists. We have a very, very small gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Or a bluer Swede? Okay, neither. Oh, wait, we have a healer. Healer. Do we have a baby cookie? We do not. So, Alexi and Montre barely get any gold. Darth Torlin has been healed. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the boss. And, oh, I am done. Wait, I'm done. Okay, so I mean, I'm putting archers now. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Okay, well, back to trying to find that file. Construction data. Gonna drive me nuts. That is so gonna drive me nuts. imply I moved it somewhere else. Normally I would move it to an installer folder, which I probably moved. Although this is the document backup, so I may not have moved the install folder. Is one of the reasons why I used to, and really should do, a user move when I change computer, which I thought I had done. Hey Metal! You watch back like world building tutorial video to reset your knowledge. Cool. Hey Duchess! Sorry for the inattention. I am dealing with something that should not bother me, but it really is driving me nuts. Welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. Well, it's not technically. Basically, I use Microsoft Streets and Trips 2013 as my mapping app for my storytelling. Like, as in, the world which is. And the reason I do it is, one, it's offline. Two, it's old enough that it's got tools in it that no current program thinks to think about it, i.e., let me draw lines anywhere I want. Google has my maps, which lets me customize stuff, but I can't draw straight lines. Every time I need to tell it, am I looking to drive? Am I looking to walk? Am I looking to transit? And it corrects for that, and that drives me nuts. Because I just want a straight line between 2 points so I can tell what the route my characters would take. And I've already made notes. I've already have stuff. And I did not move the installer to this setup when I shifted everything, which happens. Problem is, I can't find the installer anywhere on my writing computer and my previous writing computer, because I did not format the damn thing. I was not touching that thing until I was done. I knew something like this would happen, and I can't find it on there. And it is driving me bonkers. I should not worry about it. I should just get to writing, fudge everything, and Was you importing? Was I importing? I have import, because it's just like that, what I do normally is every time I get an installer that I know I'm going to use, I move it to an installer folder. And I have one on there. I have one that's shared on here, and it's not in there. I have found the folder within my downloads folder on that computer, but it's empty, which means that the installer itself was moved somewhere else. Don't ask me where, because I know where I should have moved it. And it's not there. So, yeah. Anyway, we are going to have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. And we are off. Cornbread is in the lead. Evergreen Elf is in third. What? No longer there. Gatorpods is in first. Jealous is in second. Cornbread is in third. Argelis is now in first, Gator Paws is in second, Cornbread is in third, and we are done. We've won. Act Jealous is in first place, 2 kill, 10 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 7 kill, 1 assist, and Cornbread is in third, 6 assist. We've got Itsy Bitsy Gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp or Blue or Swede? We do not. Archers, wait, Bomber. Do we have a Nursing Geek in the battle? We do not. And the Archer is not claimed by anyone, so Evergreen Elf gets a little bit of gold. Disillusionist has been bombed, and Foxy Fan is shot. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the boss. And it is time for another Archer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I found where the app is installed on the computer, but that's still not giving me the bleeping installer. I mean, there is a possibility it got deleted. The annoying part is I know myself well enough that that can happen, and I try to set up backups. To keep that from happening. I'll be right back. What the hell? Why did you... How is that not visible? I know this is not going to work, but I want to test something. Yeah. Unfortunately, setup is not included in here, is it? Yeah. I was hoping there would be a fix this app. And there is not. Hello. Comment ça va? Ben non, ça donne que je deal avec un problème qui fait me promener dans mon bureau. Fait que j'étais sur le côté du téléphone quand t'as appelé. Au bout de la ligne, il est tellement petit qu'il devrait pas me déranger. Bon, il est pogné dans ma tête. Je sais pas avec qui. Oui. Lundi, oui. Ah, ben, bravo. Ouais. Ouais. Ah, ok. Moi, il m'a dit que si mon prochain est beau, il va le mouver, il va l'écrire à 6 mois. Ouais. Ben oui. Ah, ben merci bien. Parfait. Toi et tu. OK. Bye. Au revoir. On va le régler. OK. OK. Bye. Actually, am I forgetting? Battle. Did the battle happen? Is the battle ready? Did I? Oh no. Okay, we've got time. Yes. Okay. I may have found it. Okay. See if this is going to work. Faster customer support. Yeah. At its age. Okay. So that works. Now to connect the file. Now, where did I say that thing was? Now, of course, I don't remember where the file is. Please tell me you know where the file is. Should be text related. Ah, where, right, which is in here. Okay, there we go. There's my... See, this is what I wanted. And this is what none of the bleeping current app lets me do anymore. Having done that, you should now let me do this. All right. So this is where you guys are. Hey, Mr. the Cat, welcome to the stream. Enjoy your lurk. All right, so you guys are here. I guess we're past London. Oh. Can I change the options to kilometers? There we go. That is 34. 54 Earth 5, so 8. So we're looking at minimum of 8 days travel. And the conversation is definitely not going to wait long. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh. And this is the thing. This is the cherry on top. I did not need the map for what I'm going to do. I did not need to know where it was. I did not need to do any of that. I just needed to write it. But it really got stuck in my mind. And it just wouldn't. Welcome to my mind. Welcome to how my mind works. On the plus side, I found the installer. I moved it where it should be. And the odds are that, you know, in a few years when I change computers again, I will not find it. Or I will not need it. I will have officially moved on to something else. You create an Excel file generated the distance between places in your fantasy novel. Number as you could. When you can figure out realistically how long travel by horse, foot, ship, with that. Yeah. And this is why this is what I'm doing here. This is why I have it. You know, it's, you know, it's two part. One, the distance. But the other part is it gives me a sense of what they'll encounter. Like, none of this is there anymore. But there could be remnants. And, like Newbury. Like, okay, so I can go look, what does Newbury look like? And then, decide, okay, is any of that, left over? Are there destroyed buildings and stuff like that I can do something with? And I want that under my control. Yeah, Muncie's worth it. Eye-opening, you had to change whole parts of the story and stuff to make sense. TV's but really was great to helping you see your own story. Yeah. Yeah. There are stories where I don't bother. Dungeon Runner. I do not bother establishing distance, in part because there's magic that lets people travel from city to city wherever they are. And in other part, I don't care. But here, because it's based in the real world, I do. So, yeah. So there's Newbury. But, yeah. Okay. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Gator Paws is in second. Zappa is in third. Evergreen takes over third. And, Shinobi with range. Interesting. And Sigma is in first place, 15 kill, 5 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 2 kill, 11 assist. And Richter Scale is in third, 13 kills. We have healer. Do we have a baby cookie at this point? We do not. Then we have a tank that no one is currently claiming. Wait. I'll get to the wrist stretch, Cornbread. I just noticed it. That nobody is claiming. So Black Cat Crochet gets healed, and Gator Paws has been tanked. All right, I will update that. And your clock has also been updated. And it is literally the reason why say people to set it up ahead of time. This is why the system is there, because I almost never see it on time. Yep, I have set it up. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss, where it's going to be an archer again. So let's... You are welcome, and welcome to the stream. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And we survived the transition. Alrighty. So rehydrate as well. Alrighty. So lateral. Actually, I want to check something real quick. Yeah, you can barely see me. Let me lower this a little bit. It's a little better. Alright, so lateral. Outside right wrist. Outside left wrist. Inside right wrist. Inside left wrist. Up. Looking for a few cornbread, trying to work on some mods in Normie Notepad. Mods for game or something else? Seven Days to Die mod. Ah, very cool. Not a game I play, but very cool. XML edit. Simple stuff. Yeah. I have no doubt it is simple for you. I suspect it would be impossible for me. Literal copy pasta? Aha. You clearly don't know me in technology. I keep forgetting, they don't go by dozen, they go by trains. Opinion of ourselves, the only thing that will ever hold us back. We can do anything for we are human. Yeah. The big thing we need to remember is that we have to want to do it. And the truth is I don't. I don't want to work with technology. I want to use it, not work with it. Which is why technology doesn't like me all that much. Yeah, I know. I need to stop saying that I can't. Um, it's that I don't. I am not interested in putting the energy in it. Isn't life ironic? I don't know if it's irony, but I understand what you mean. It's a question of how much energy I'm willing to put into something. And for me to be willing to put energy into something, I need to feel what I get out of it. And technology is not something where I feel the investment equals the return. So I just want it to work. Motivation, different passion. Writing is writing, and you love code. You see, for okay, I'm at the point where I can write and not really think about it. It's almost all instinctual, which is why writing something like The World Which is causing me issues, because I have to stop, I have to look at the sheets, I have to think about the system and stuff like that, and that, derails my thinking process. With coding of any kind, because I have no training whatsoever, the energy I would have to put in to get myself to the point where I can do it effortlessly, which I know is not rational to think this way, is too much, is more than I'm willing. Like, I would have to sacrifice elsewhere, because that would take time. So what do I cut to train that? I would have to cut my evenings, my gaming, because I'm not cutting my job. I would have to cut some of the work, and ultimately, all these things, even if for somebody else may not seem that important, are more important to me than to learn coding. And it is giving me slight issues, because I know I'm going to have to learn a bit of it. I'm going to have to learn some base QMK, because that's how my split keyboard works. With the one that I currently have, I can get away with using the visual interface, but the one that I ordered is RBG, and the RBG has to be handled through the coding of the keyboard. And that means I'm going to have to learn that. And I've tried. I have already tried. And it's, it's Klingon. Like, I look at it, and, they go, here are the basic instruction on how to start, and they make no sense to me. And and the thing is, I can only do that for very small bursts. Then I get fed up. But that's because in the stuff that I enjoy doing, I'm at the point where it's effortless. Well, the thing is, and this is not on you, this is the Discord I am for the keyboard. Because the keyboard, the target audience for this split keyboard are the builder enthusiast. They literally sell it taken apart for them to build it, but they also sell the pre-built, which is what I ordered. But everything else is set up for the enthusiast. The feel that I get from the people on the Discord and the company that makes these, because he is on the Discord, it's a small enough company that he drops by daily and chats, is that the pre-builds are there to get you interested so that you learn to build them. I am not the person they want in there. They're polite enough, but every time I come to a question and they gave me, well, do this, go there, and everything clearly is not all the information, because they take for granted that I have everything leading up to there. And I, like literally something that ultimately turned out to be simple. It's got an auto feature that comes set by default that I did not like. And that's something that had to be removed through QMK. And when I asked, they went, oh, just go there. And it's a document 3 million pages long. And finally somebody was willing to help me. And I told them, I know nothing about this. And they were, well, you do this. I said, okay, I don't understand what that means. I literally had to talk them back to the point where they went, okay, do you have this program installed? I went, no. I went, oh, well, let's start with, and I don't think it was pleasant for them. But, they, over the course of a full weekend morning, they talked me through removing that one feature. And I'm going to have to figure out how to do a lot more than that if I want the RGB to do what I want them to do. So, yeah. Yeah. I think what I will have to do when I get the other girl, when I seriously sit down to do some of that, is not go to the keyboard Discord, but to find a QMK Discord. Someplace where, that's all they deal with. And, well, that's the thing, is I ask on those, on that site, on that Discord, and I literally get answers that tell me they aren't interested in helping a newbie. They're only interested in people who know the basics, and they can send you to a site, to a document, and you'll read it and you'll do everything like that. Like, that's why I'm saying the keyboard Discord is probably not where I want to go to get help with how to code in QMK. Because I've even looked for YouTubes, and every YouTube speaks as if, even they go, I will teach you too, they speak as if you already have all the basics. Oh, thank you. And I will keep that in mind. That's not something I'm going to do until I get the keyboard, because if I don't have the motivation in front of me, I cannot stick with it. So once I have the keyboard, I'll be able to plug it in and play with what I needed to do and test and see, and I'm hoping that will serve as a motivation. Oh yeah, and having ADHD, it's literally the only way I can keep with something. If I don't have the motivation, I run out of spoons really quick. It's one of the reasons why I do not do videos on YouTube. I tried so hard, but I don't know editing. I don't know how to do video editing. So ultimately, when I did it, all it ended up being was me posting the raw file from my stream, because I wasn't going. And the thing is, I find it amusing, although in the moment it was very frustrating, but people would go, well, you just cut the boring parts. The problem is they don't seem to understand that I don't get what that means. Because it's a game, like I didn't do anything interesting, anything special the entire game. So what they're telling me is don't bother posting anything. Like, on an intellectual level, I understand that they mean just take out the parts that are less interesting. But the thing is, I can't tell what that is. Yes, I can tell the places where my character is standing around not doing anything. Okay, fine, I can cut that. But yeah, so I just gave up. And now that I can multicast, I don't even bother because my stream is already there. Like it's, but yeah, and because of that, this is why I try to be careful in how I give my advice, and I do my best not to take for granted that the person I'm talking to is not at my level. That, the person I'm talking to is a beginner, is somebody who's starting, somebody who's struggling with it. And I may not always remember what that was like, but I remember that I was there at some point. So yeah. Tell me I'm not at your level without telling me I'm not. But I mean, I've been doing this for nearly 3 decades now. How many people are going to be at my level? So, and don't worry about keeping me talking. I'm not calling the day a waste, but this chapter is not getting done today. I already lost an hour and a half of my morning hunting down an app that I couldn't find the installer for. So I'm writing, because that's what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not aiming to finish that. But the thing is, there's this attitude, and it's not always. I don't think it is most of the time done on purpose. I've experienced it everywhere someone is teaching someone else. And it's that sense that you, the person learning, should be learning faster because they, the person who knows, never struggle that much with it. Which is not helpful and is not true. Many people who reach a level where they are qualified to teach, even if they don't have the skill, forget that, yeah, at some point they started too, and it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't easy. And forgetting that tends to lead to being brusque with the people who don't learn, who learn, or rather who learn at the speed you also learn, but you don't remember. Fear the problem for teaching is also that not everyone learns. Yeah, there's that. I don't learn from book learning. I can read a book I can read something this thick or this thick, explaining how to do a thing, and then I'm gonna go to do it, and I'm still not gonna know because I'm an applied learner. I learn when I have to do it, when I have to work with it, which is probably why writing is something that I'm not going to say I learned easily, but it feels like it was easy to learn because it was something growing up that I always had to do. So I was always learning it. And, storytelling is something I've always enjoyed. I loved watching TV. And at some point, I wanted to tell my story. So I applied what I'd learned, the writing I'd learned, and I started writing it down. And, and I have always been doing it. Like I said, I've been doing it for more than 3 decades now. So, but, and then when I want to learn something new, well, I'm at the start. And does it hurt? Because I want it done now. I want my keyboard to do what I need it to do now. Granted, the problems I had with this one were compounded because it was the only working keyboard I had. Which is not true, but I made it true because I stored my other keyboards. And with my next keyboard, I'm going to keep this one plugged in while I fix things. So I won't feel like hopefully I won't feel like I've got to get that to work now. I'm going to be able to just take the time to get it to work and learn how to get it to work in the process. You're rare, but one of the most effective methods. I can't comment on either one of them because you're using a laptop that is as old as your teenage son. The struggle is real. I like I said, I don't like working with technology, and because of that, I like to have recent tech. I can't afford it anymore. Being writing full time doesn't bring me the income that I used to have. But it is how I like things because, and I stumble over that often because I expect recent tech to work without me having to do anything. Plug and play is what I like. And every time that it's not plug and play, every time that I go, okay, I've bought this computer, now do this, and it won't, I have this, oh Lord, why does it hate me so much? Again, I understand it's not rational, but it's just... So I have to, take a step, force myself to go, okay, now what? Like this app. Like, this is a Microsoft Streets and Trips from 2013. I couldn't find the installer. I've had that. I bought it on CD from back then, and I've been using it, and I use it for my writing because it's disconnected from everything. I can do anything I want with it, and it's not going to bother anything. And because I couldn't find the installer, I went to Microsoft. I went, okay, give me, give me Microsoft Streams, and they won't. They don't even make the original file, the original installer available, even though it's not supported. It's like Eventually, I found it, so which is why it's there. But fine. You don't support it anymore. Please, there are people who use it. Uh, well, I found it. It's Microsoft Streets and Trips 2013. But don't. Yeah, that's it. I found it. It just. I keep trying to organize myself and then forgetting I started and changed the method. So everything ends up in 20 different folders. And then, I go, but it should be there. And then I go, oh, right. I was doing that at that point. And yeah, so yeah, I did find it, but it took me an hour and a half this morning to find it. All right, we are gonna have advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle station, everyone. Really? What do you mean error? Oh. It's going to be a day today. I can just feel it. Does anyone know if it's a me thing or if it's across the system? Because... Oh, thank you. Yes, viewer. Right. I keep forgetting that is available. Oh, okay. That's not the same. Okay, that I thought you meant going to the website, using the website, and it's actually saying that they're down because they're rolling out the update. All right, well, we'll try it. See if this works. Now, yeah, this is the kind of update that's gonna have to wait until they're done pushing it. Yep. So let's get back here. Yeah, well, the new event is starting in a couple of hours, a few hours, so. Could be. Actually, the lady had something on her Discord about that. 1 p.m. Okay, PT. I don't know what PT is. So. Yeah, between 1 and 2 Eastern time is when they usually start. And really? Have you contacted the Stream Raider to find out? Ah, I see. Well, do you think that's part of why you can't access your account? Restart the game. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Actually, is there something here? No, still getting our error message. Might not be rolled out for whatever I'm connecting to. Oh, well, we'll see. As with many things, knowing why for me helps a lot. It's the uncertainty. It's that moment of, okay, is it a me problem or is it a server issue? Because a me problem I should be able to resolve. Like, my app crash, I need to restart. I should be able to resolve that. A server issue, well, I just have to wait for them to resolve it. Once I know where I stand, I'm okay. But it's that period of uncertainty when I don't know. When things should be X, but they're not that, but I don't know what they are. I can't tell what they are. That is where I get driven bonkers. Yeah, in case I don't know yeah. If I don't need to know something, I'm usually okay because, if I want to know something, then I can stay this up. But it's in a situation like this where I have to know, because without knowing, I can't know what I have to do. Got your verified mod author's badge. Congrats. Taking so long to hit 10K downloads. Ah. That is a big number. Glad you reached it. It's not a competition, just happy moment. Feel like sharing with it. Oh, I definitely appreciate it. And, you know, I do my best never to approach anything as a competition. you know. Which is why Twitch artist scammers hate my guts. Because they can't talk me into even acknowledging that what they're offering is real. Because I don't care. I just don't care. Like, I actively aim to become an affiliate on this channel, on my writing Twitch, because it's my job. The writing community helped a lot. But on my gaming Twitch, I never did one thing to become affiliate. It happened by itself, and don't ask me how, because it's not like I got a lot of people there. But it happened. You know, and that has cut the leg out of many of the scammers, because, you know, affiliate is what they usually push because it's the easier thing to do. But now they're coming at me, oh, you know, I know this guy who can help you become partner. And I always go, okay, why should I bother? And it's amusing to watch them stumble when they need to explain why. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the easiest way to identify a scammer. Ask them to explain themselves. Oh, I love trolling scammers. Don't always have the energy for it, but I do enjoy it. If nothing else, I like wasting their time. You're like reverse scamming them. Really them, yeah. What is reverse scamming? Hey, Simba. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You like getting in their systems, so you let them think they're getting in mine. Ah. All good. At work, I'm doing. It's been a morning. But on the whole, I'm doing okay. Not quite writing off the morning, but not expecting to get a chapter out of it. Yeah, it's just been a morning. You know, life happens. And I find that on the whole, it's easier to roll with it than to fight it too hard. You know, I had to deal with the issue not because it needed being dealt with. It really wasn't that important, but it got stuck in my head. And took about an hour and a half. Basically, an installer that I was sure I knew where it was not where I thought it was. And frustration did not make eventually finding it. Being frustrated about it did not help. That's what it comes down to it. But I was still frustrated. So I will be right back. Actually, let me. Oh, actually, no. That's. Frustrated as well, having to keep going up and down to reception to retrieve returns turn. And you're on the top floor. They need to install a dumbwaiter to ship the stuff up and down. Send a pigeon. You may want a different bird. I don't think they're on. They might be more likely to just leave with the thing instead of returning it to you. An ostrich 3-step and it's there. Yep. You're going to slip away. Thank you very much, Cornbread. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the conversation. I hope the rest of your day goes well. Hey Darth, nope, Stream Raider is on an update at the moment. They're rolling out a new version of Stream Raider. And like they're literally saying a brand new version of Stream Raider. So I am curious to see what how new it's going to be. All right, she's not an explorer. She's so her bonuses are going to be different. How the hell do you get out? Probably because of... One? How the hell? You get one. That should be 4. $26. I 6 point. Oh, right. Half the strength, half the dream. Yep. Update. Alright, let's see how well this is gonna go. Alrighty, we have a battle. And let's see, Mavin Mavericks is in first place. Montre's in second, Sigma's in third. Mavin, Montre, Sigma, good number of epics being killed. And we're done. We've won. Mavin Maverick is in first place, 6 kill, 17 assist. Montre is in second place, 4 kill, 15 assist. And Sigma OS is in third, 5 kill, 9 assist. We have a healer. Healer. Do we have a baby cookie? No baby cookie. We have a buster that no one is currently claiming. So, Astromage and Nyx Flare have been healed. Gator Paws has been busted. And we move on to an easy, moderate battle on the way to the boss. And it is time for archers. All right, so we are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Glad I noticed that. We're gonna go up here, bypassing these guys. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Enjoy your lunch, Darth. Hey Lotus, welcome to the stream from YouTube. What genre is the book? The book is litRPG. It is it is in a world after the system apocalypse. This is taking place 30 years later. Beyond that, I would classify this as action adventure. I am using the story as a way of exploring the world so that I know what it looks like. That's a good way to eliminating part of the world. I do this with your setting on a small scale. Yeah. Well, in my case, it stemmed from being a discovery writer. I do not have the capability of sitting down ahead of time and setting all that up. Decisions get made as I'm writing. Like, as an example, this here is not something I had really set ahead of time. You know, it's an exploration quest, so yeah, I knew that he'd have to walk the entire thing. Finding all the caches made sense, and the area bosses, that was an on-the-moment addition. Don't ask me where it came from. It just got added. But thinking about it, you know, it's a game. The world runs as if it's a game. So yeah, that makes sense. Now, this is a conversation. This morning has been a morning, capital M, and it's affected the writing. So writing happened. More of it happened than I was expecting when I started, but it's not very deep. It's it's basically just Dennis and Brandon talking. Dennis asking questions because Brandon is the more experienced person, and I doubt that by the time I'm done with my morning, the chapter will be finished. But as I said, there's more there than I expected. I'm gonna call the chapter done there. 1100 words is, like I said, it's more than I expected. Gotta go? Oh, you are welcome. Feel free to drop by whenever you feel like it. I'm here Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time till about 3 p.m. with an hour lunch. That's gonna start in about 5 minutes. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 22 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Mavin, it takes over first. Sigma's in second. Baranagi is in third. And we now go after the ice cubes. Let's see how many we can take away before they become a problem. Before they thaw. And, well, down to one. Not bad. Let's see. Mavin is in first place. Sigma's in second. Baranagi. Oh, Foxy takes third place at the last moment. And with that, we're done. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 9 kill, 9 assist. Sigma OS is in second place. 11 assist. And Foxy Fan is in third. 1 kill, 8 assist. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? Or a bluer Swede? Alright, gold's up for grabs. Berserker. Do we have a Duchess in the battle? Nope. No Duchess in the battle. And the Barbarian is not currently claimed by anyone. So, Andy Warlol goes Berserk. Boneska gets gold. Trinity Trinity Chi Gaming. What? Trinity Chi Gaming Arts gets the Barbarians. Interesting name. And we jump over a few and archers again for me. And half an hour. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 40 enemies. Mope was in first place. Mavin is now there. Montre takes over that. Bilbis was in third. Guitar Bard is in first. Mavin is in second. Trinity is in third. Montre takes over third. Trinity is in second. Guitar is in first. Mavin is in first. Guitar is in second. Trinity's in second. Guitar is in third. We've got ice cubes. A couple of enemies left, otherwise, I think. Ooh, I get to kill a dinosaur. Let's see. Mavin is in first place. Montre takes over second. Trinity is in third as we deal with the last enemies. There we go. We're done. We've won. Mavin Maverick is in first place, 9 kill, 3 assist. Montre is in second place with 12 assists, and Trinity Chi Gaming Art is in third. 9 kill, 1 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a Bluer Swede? So the gold is up for grabs. And Bluer's not there to get their backup, so everything's up for grab. Shoehorn, Quinn, get gold. Braggy, son of Odin, get Lancers. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. And more Lancers for me. And we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 73 enemies. And we are off with Astromage in first place, Sigma in second, Arcten was in third, Mavin takes over that. Let's see, Astromage is in first place, Mavin is in first, Astromage was, back in second place, Tigris takes over second, Astromage is in third, we're down to very few enemies. And one, looks like we're about to be done. There we go. We're done. We have won. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 1 kill, 24 assists. That dork Tigris is in second place with 24 kills. And Bragi, son of Odin, is in third, 11 kill, 8 assist. We have fairies. We have Shinobis, we have Lego heads, and we have no one claiming them at this time. So, Arcten Telemetros gets the Lego heads, Bilbus, the Shinobis, and Foxy Fan, the fairy. And we move on to a hard battle before the boss. Is more archery for me. And half an hour to see how this turns out. And we are back. Hello, Mr. the Cat. How are you doing today? And this afternoon, it is a read and comment. Withstand the storm from Mr. the Cat. You are doing great. I am glad to hear that. What genre of story is this? That's the chapter name? Oh, I see. Okay. I guess the file name will give me the title. Really? That's interesting. Dark fantasy. It's not titled yet. I see. Because, well, the thing is, some people will have titles. Well, I have working titles. I like having to being able to refer to a work by something, which means I always give them a working title. You know, it might be something as simple as Wyatt's story, which then became Feeling the Way. But yeah, you know, some people are like that, others aren't. Okay. Alrighty, so we shall start. If I can find my cursor, there we are. A darkness approaches, and a great storm will soon be upon the land of Kuslan. While the distant storm brews, meanwhile, Sir Gilmore goes out. It is not required. This is the thing, like, titles are not required until you're publishing the work. It is simply something that some people like to have. While the distant storm brews. Okay, you've got while and meanwhile. You really need one or the other. And actually, if you go with meanwhile, you probably don't need the beginning. While the distant storm brews, Sir Gilmore goes out hunting. And otherwise, it would be meanwhile, Sir Gilmore goes out hunting. Pick one or the other, whichever one you feel fits better. Sir Gilmore goes out hunting for his young master, Aidan, among the local inns and... Oh, I see. Searching for among the local inns and taverns. He soon finds his liege within one of the finest rooms of the Goldilocks Inn. Are you purposely going for a play on Goldilocks? Or is this accidental? Okay. If you are not going to do anything with the name, I would suggest trying to change it, because it falls within the pun categories of names within stories, and some readers, like I've had somebody curse me out for accidentally doing something like that. Because it takes a very specific kind of reader to enjoy those things. So that's why I was asking if it was a purposeful. Well, yeah, it's very close to Goldilocks, which comes with its history. And if you were, that's why I was asking if you were going to do something, like if you were going to use it and it would play, and that's fine. As an accident, it's, again, it's simply my advice. You may want to find something else that's less, or alter it somewhat, so that it's not that, later. Yeah. Okay. All right. Especially because this is Aidan speaking, it would be a different paragraph, because this is more set up, but even if it's not set up, it's from Sir Gilmore's angle. So here we're shifting because it's Aidan speaking. So, Gilmore, how was your night? Aidan lounged in bed, a girl draped on either arms as a girl draped on either arm as they hand-fed him food from a silver platter. Okay, why do you not like this? Oh, I see. A girl draped on either arm. So, okay, this needs some imagination, because what this here is an insertion. It's adding information, which means that the rest of the phrase needs to work without it, and right now it doesn't. Now, that the simplest way to change this is to make this its own phrase. Aidan lounged in bed. He had a girl. This is something that's learned over time. He had a girl, but putting something within commas is either a continuation or an insertion. I don't really have a quick rule for continuation. I'm sure there's one. But for insertion, the rule is if you remove the insertion, the phrase still has to work. If not, either it is not actually an insertion, which here it isn't technically. It doesn't function that way and needs to be adjusted in consequence, or the structure needs to be redone. He had a girl draped on each arm, and they hand-fed him food from a silver platter. Don't tell me, Gilmore sighed as he looked on in disbelief. Your Grace, is that a tattoo? Okay, Your Grace, is that a tattoo? Aiden's eyebrow shot up as he turned to one of the two girls. Have I got a tattoo? The girl giggled. Yes, my lord. She ran a finger from his forehead to his cheek, going around his right eye, all along here. I think it makes you look quite manly. The other girl... Jim? This is so far from anything I chimed. All right. If you want chimed, it's chimed in. The word by itself doesn't really exist. It's chiming in to something. So it chimed in. The girl chimed in. Might not be a the other girl chimed in, stroking his short, dark brown hair. My father is going to kill you, chuckled. And how have you the energy for all these And how you have the energy for all these nights out of yours is beyond me. Okay. Who is this? Who is talking here? Because I was expecting it to be Aiden, and it can't be Aiden because he's speaking right here. Gilmore. Okay. Why is Gilmore amused? They get on quite well. The issue here is this. Okay, a sigh without context doesn't really come as something that's amused. So I thought that he was annoyed that he, because he is a servant. He is a man at arms. Like I get the sense that he's someone who's in charge of keeping Aiden out of trouble. and that it is something that he does a lot. Well, it can work, but it needs to be better conveyed. Right now, we do not, like, right now, the way I read it, I get annoyance here and amusement here, which is somewhat dissonant. Like, they're two emotions that are somewhat far apart, which means that, something that they need to be brought closer by adjusting, by making it clearer, what they're now. One way that it can be done is making what's the setup less neutral. Because, stating Sir Gilmore is out hunting for his young master among the local inns and taverns, that is simply stating what he's doing. There's no emotion in it. Changing it to something, and putting emotion in it may not fit what you are going for with the narrator. That's a decision that needs to be made, that you may already have made. I don't know I don't know if the narrator is filtered through the character's perception, or if the narrator is distant, therefore not emotionally involved. But adding, instead of having Sir Gilmore out hunting for his young master among the local inns, you're not sold on the narrator yet. Okay. But, making it closer to Gilmore so that some of his emotion come through the narration can give us a sense of what to expect. Meanwhile, Sir Gilmore is out hunting for his young master, who was, as usual, out gallivanting through the inns and taverns. Now we get a sense that it's not as serious, because he's gallivanting. It needs to be third person omniscient. I am not experienced with that. I do not know what the acceptable conventions are. What I remember reading of third person does tend to be impersonal. So okay, so then we will have to go, but with basically, making sure that we provide the right tone to what he says. So, so here, don't tell me, something like this. A chuckle slipped through the sigh. As Gilmore looked on in disbelief. If they get along well, I don't know if they get along well, I would go more personal here. Like, I would go how is it spelled? Aiden, is that a tattoo? And Because, if they get along, formalities tend to fall to the side. So Aiden's eyebrows shut up as he turned to one of the girls. Have I got a tattoo? The girl giggled. Yes, my lord. She ran her finger along from his forehead to his cheek, going around his right eye. All along here. I think it makes you quite manly, the other girl chimed in, stroking his short, dark brown hair. His short, dark brown hair. Your father is going to kill you. And here, I would flip it. But, it's more about giving a sense, because people don't go from one extreme to the other without reason. So, you either need to provide transitions or make sure that those extremes are moved closer. So by making it already, yes, he sighs, but he's also chuckling. He's annoyed, he's amused, like he's of two minds about the situation. And here, like, you probably don't need to go like I did, but this is, what I would do. Now he's he's close to the other one. I mean, the other one that I might go for is something like that. Like he covered up his face. He rubbed his face to cover up the smile. The main thing is to keep in mind, you like that? You are welcome to use it. Your father is going to kill you. And how have you got the energy? How have you the energy for all these nights out of you? Okay, out of your... I don't know that you need out of... All these nights out is beyond me. But it is dialogue. It just feels a little clunky, which dialogue is allowed to be. It's something I must suffer when time plays so heavily on my hands. Aiden chuckled and helped himself to a bit of cheese offered to him. This is the same person speaking, therefore it should remain as part of the same paragraph. So, what did you want? He asked, with his mouth full. His mouth full. I mean, it could be with, but it is mouthful, not a mouthful. Your mother worries you were attacked as your... Oh, title is... Oh, yeah, that could be. I don't have a... I don't have a button for this. So, mainly because it's sort of a... There we go. It will update. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. Or welcome back to the stream. Don't remember if you dropped by already. No, this is not the World Witch Is. That was this morning. You can watch the video on demand, on demand for that. You're mostly lurking? Cool. Your mother worries you were attacked as your father fumes over your neglected duties in this vital time. And your father fumes over your neglected duty in this vital time. Your big brother has been looking for you as and the men are getting ready to leave. Oh, and that hound of yours has gotten its way to the larder again, and no one dares go near it, the bloody thing. How does Gilmore feel about he's saying? Because this is just dialogue, and like, how does he feel about all of this? You know, and this is where, again, adding, well, what would I think he feels? Well, okay, first off, he is not my character. You know, and, you know, there is room for either direction, you know, because they're on good hands. They're, you know, good enough that he can be, you know, less authoritative here. But this is, you know, he is listing a series of problems. So it could go in both directions, you know, but this is where making sure you add the tone carries. And again, you see, this is a list of things, very neutral, no emotions. If you had told me that Gilmore is upstanding, he is straightforward, he does his job, I would be okay with that. But if he's someone who can get chummy with his liege, I expect, you know, he has an opinion on these. And that should be character, and it doesn't have to be complicated. Something as simple as, oh, let's see here. Your mother worries about your attack. Your father fumes over you not doing your job. Your big brother's been looking for you because they're ready to leave. And oh, yeah, the hound of yours. But this is where dialogue is really useful, because you can break all the rules in dialogue. Dialogue is the easiest place to add personality by how the character will interact, how the character will speak. Because when we get emotional, all the rule of grammars get really fuzzy. And, you know, if you don't feel that, you know, he would speak that way, well, then you have body language. You know, 1, your mother worries about you. 2, your father fumes because you're not. This is all the little things, all the little ways that, you know, you can add details, you can add the personality. And, you know, this is something that we want to try to do when we write. We don't want to say when possible, someone is angry. Sometimes we have to. Sometimes there's no. But when we can't get away with that, we want to convey it through what they say, how they act, and and how that comes across will depend on entirely on how you envision their personality. He's honorable. Okay, well, if you want him slightly angry, we need a small transition to go from the amusement here to this, and and here it could be as simple as just, this could be as simple as that. Moore's expression grew serious. Your mother worries you were attacked, and your father fumes over your neglected duties in this vital time. Your big brother... if he's gonna go in that mode... And you know what? No, okay, you know what? They're still on good terms. There's still that kind of relationship. So your big brother has been looking for you as he and the man are getting ready to leave. Oh, and that hound of yours has gotten its way into the larder again, and no one dare go near the bloody thing. All right, we are gonna have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be back with us. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 22 enemies, and we are off. Sigma's in first place. Nick's Flowers in second. Bragi is in third. Moonbeam has killed a couple of epics, as has Astronard. Wow, we're already at the ice cubes. Interesting. Sigma's now is in first. Bragi is in second. Nick's Flare takes over second again. Bragi is in third. And up for Dinosaur we need to do. Sigma, Nick's Flare, Bragi. We're down to the last, and I'd say we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 34 kill. Sorry, 34 assist. Nick's Flare is in second place, 2 kill, 11 assist. And Bragi, son of Odin, is in third, 2 kill, 8 assist. We have gold twice. Do we have a Dr. Derp or a bluer? Nope. Gold's up for grabs, people. Monk is not claimed by anyone. I'm sorry. Why did I lock up? So, Rayulane Mope, you get gold. Sigma OS has been monked. And we move on to the boss. Looks like in 1 hour the event will start. If it's not starting now. And Archer again. You know what? Let's go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Okay, also, Mr. Cat, just to go back a couple of lines to something you said. You asked me, how do I think he would feel? The thing, that is something you as the writer really need to know, because it informs how the character is going to behave. Like it is not for the reader to interpret, to assign how they feel. It's for them to work out how you have them feel through what you say. You can simply say it, they're angry, or the behavior. It's, you know, it's one of the reasons why so many authors talk about having a character sheet. It doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't work for me. But, you know, because it's a place where you can write down who the character is. And every time they're in a situation like that, you can refer to that as, okay, you know, now they'd be annoyed that they've had to do this, and this is how you want to portray it. You're going to think about doing it for a second? Cool. Aiden let out a hearty laugh. I'm pretty sure this is can't. Can't they live without me for one night? Do you not even dare tackle a hound, Sir Knight? Okay. If he's angry, and Aiden is clearly not taking him seriously, what would his reaction be? So if he's getting angrier, do you feel that this is the appropriate response? See, this is why knowing the character is important, because and you know, that's fine. That, you know, this is a first draft, but you know, but this is the why, you know, because knowing how a character feels dictates what happens. He's harmless. His bark's worse than his bite. He said, as the other girl fed him a few grapes. Is Aiden someone who takes nothing seriously? Is that your intent? He does beneath what's the line? Where does he start taking things seriously? It's something you will need to define. And here's something else. This, you said, is third person omniscient, which means that the narrator can tell things that aren't obvious. That is the main use of third person omniscient. Add information that isn't visible. Like you can jump between the two point of view. You can go into Aiden's head. You know, you can give the reader Aiden's mindset. Like, you know, you do not have to stay outside. You can tell everything. Doesn't mean you have to, that you should, but you can. You're focusing on his flaws, and well, yeah, that's yeah. And you know, that gives us a sense of his personality, but right now, and you know, if that is the intent, that is perfectly fine. You know, if he focuses on his dog when he's been told that his mother, his father, and his brothers are looking for him, that's, you know, tells us something about his personality. Okay, if he thinks it, well, is it the dogs or his parent or his family that he thinks is a big deal? He doesn't think it's a big deal. Well, that certainly carries through. Okay, if that is the intent, it works. Keep in mind that you're going to need to transition to when you start taking things seriously. Like, you know, it can't, it could be a sudden change, but it needs a special circumstance, specific set of circumstances. I don't think many are willing to test that theory when it comes to a warhound. Come on, move your ass. Aiden looked... wait, what? No, okay. Never mind. We are in past. Okay. Third person past. Aiden looked between the two girls and gestured to the quaint purse next to the vast array of empty wine bottles. Ladies, it has been a pleasure. Please help yourself to what is left of my quains. The three of them then got dressed. Okay, wait a minute. Is he naked when all of this is happening? Okay. That needs to be established. Covered, so he is under the covers in the bed. Okay, all right. Fed him food from a silver platter. You may want to work on the geography of the room. You could also use describing the opulence as a way of pointing out that he's under the covers. Because if you just say he's under the covers, it's a little on the nose. It's a little very direct. But, if you say that he and the girls, were buried under satin covers trimmed in gold, and that is perfectly fine. Again, first draft. What I am not saying this is wrong. I am saying these are the things you may want to touch on as you make further drafts, so that details are there. Because knowing that, what does Gilmore do when 3 naked person get out of bed? Like, I, in my writing, would make it obvious that, I would literally state, pull the covers up, exposing themselves. Like, that is my kind of writing. That is how I write. If I'm going to go that direction, I am fairly direct with it. But we are, at this point, we are, while you say you're in third person omniscient, but at this point we're very narrow to Sir Gilmore, which is fine. That can be adjusted in further drafts. You can use his reaction, like, Sir Gilmore, hurried to leave the room as soon as Aiden pulled the covers off him and the 2 naked ladies, or something to that effect. Why does Twitch say the stream is sexual? Because some of my writing will be. Hey, Lori! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I don't know, 50, but I was banned once for writing porn without blurring it, so I am no longer taking chances. I am doing well. I'm glad you're okay. It is a read and comment this afternoon. You were planning on that till the later battle, then you realized you needed third person omniscient. You weren't planning, yeah. Yeah, I put it up too, but I'm no longer taking a chance. You know what? I figure people should be warned up front, because, the thing is it's not that I'm going to always be explicit, is that I'm going to state stuff. There are words that I'm not afraid of using in story. Penis, cock, breast. Like, I don't, if that does not require blurring as far as I'm concerned, because there's just a statement of a body part. But some people are easily offended by outright stating this is the kind of thing you can have to deal with. You know what? They can't complain to me. Then Sir Gilmore escorted his young master out and back to the castle. I would have a scene break here because clearly there's a passage of something that you're going, you know what, this is not, I don't need to bother describing that. It's just, you know, we have change. It's a hard scene change, and those should be marked by a scene change. Upon entering the main gates to the castle, they were greeted by Aidan's father, chatting with his old friend Earl Rendon Ow, who seemed to have arrived with his band of knights, a large section of men-at-arms. Okay. Is there a reason you're saying the same thing twice? Okay, just making sure. Aidan, here, his father called out sternly. Aidan took a deep breath and his eyes darted to Gilmore. Well, this is a different paragraph. Come on, Gilmore gestured toward his father. Yeah, I mean, the time has passed, so Gilmore might not be as angry anymore. Just my luck. Wait, what? Just my luck? Okay. We have an issue with event. Okay. Because upon entering the castle, they were greeted by Aidan's father chatting with his old friend. Meaning, they're there. They're already there. You know. So, this would need to be moved earlier. Because, you know, there, you know, now, just my luck, grumbled as he spotted his father, Grand Duke Bryce Curseland. And we can now, you know, you can have this afterwards. Where are we? With him was Earl Rendon Ow, a man whose steely gaze glanced toward him as he whispered into his father. Like, at this point, the sequence of events may not quite work as well, but they sell dark magic spell on Etsy. If it's on Etsy, I would not trust it. But yeah, the thing is to remember the sequence of event, because, you know, people are going to react, and that's fine. But so, you know, then, you know, as part of this, you can have the fact that he's got, you know, either his man-at-arms or band of knight, which you're going to want to pick one or the other. And then You can have Aiden here. His father called out sternly. This becomes, another. Then Aiden takes a breath, goes to father, and come on. This, actually, I would move this here, because if he's going to look towards, them, it would be before he calls for his son. And having already said furious gaze, you wouldn't need sternly anymore. But this is the main thing to keep in mind. As you and this is definitely for further drafts. Like, again, I'm not saying for anyone who's also listening in and stuff, I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm saying that when Mr. the Cat moves to further draft, these are things to pay attention to. Because we do things in a specific order. And if a character if we will not do them in the usual order, there's a reason. It's entirely possible that Aiden's father, the Grand Duke, is not looking at Aiden when he's going here. In that case, that needs to be established. Maybe maybe he is calling to Aiden here and returning right back to talking to the Earl. And that, without any of that, we expect things to happen in a certain sequence. We look at someone before addressing them. And, so it's just to keep those in mind. And, and then it becomes about readjusting the rest of the scene to keep these in mind. And, here at this point, some of that would have to be, again, also readjusted. This could be something as simple as moving that here. But yeah, and this is something that will happen. One small adjustment can lead to a series of changes that, to take that into account. His father's eyes narrowed upon the tattoo. What on earth is that? A tattoo, obviously. He sighed. What were you thinking? You are a nobleman of the House Cuslan. We are second only to the king. Bryce's nostril flared in irritation as his gaze flicked back to the tattoo. I was drunk. I didn't plan on it. He dismissed. Okay. Dialogue tags are a place where you stick to the adverb or adjective or whatever the ly are called. Dismissive. Um, you want the dialogue tag to be as invisible as possible. I would say my personal rule is to only use them if who is speaking can be questioned. If I cannot put some sort of action to establish who is speaking. If I cannot do if either of those two don't apply, then I use a tag. Otherwise, I don't do anything, or I have action. Action doesn't always work, and you know what? That's how it is. Let me just take care of this. I didn't plan on it, he said dismissively. You're in charge of our lands while I'm off to battle. I expect better behavior from you from you. I at least expect you to act like a nobleman. I mean, really. Okay. If the anger is real, that is not getting conveyed in here. Like this. And okay, again, angry every time somebody's emotional. And this is the main reason why it's not being conveyed, is that this is all proper grammar. This is the way a narrator would state this. If Bryce is angry, language is going to suffer. What is the thing that pisses him off the most at this moment? The lack of care for his duty. Oh, that's interesting. It's not even the fact that he's... Okay. Okay. All right. So, now, my language would be vulgar because that's how I write. Okay, so this is not how I would want it, but this is how I start. This is what I'm looking to convey. How do you expect me to trust you? How do I make that angry? Again, like I said, I would be vulgar. It would be, how the bleep do you bleeping expect me to bleeping do this? You know, at this point, I would be... You know, and I'm supposed to trust you with our lands while I'm off to battle? But, you know, this is the main thing, is that, you know, angry people, you know, doing a duel is offended. Okay, so what would, you know, what will the king think of our family? Would probably be something, you know, instead of I expect better behavior, would be, what will the king expect of our family, you know, think of our family? You know, why aren't you, why can't you act like a nobleman? And again, angry, this I don't think would fit. If he's angry, how does the Earl behave at that point? Because, you know, does that do you really say, I mean, and it depends on the relationship between Bryce and the Earl. Yeah, but would the Earl say this? Like, he's dealing with an angry father. So would he say what you have him say here? Okay. Bryce and the Earl are very good friends. Like, I mean, really, really good friends. Okay. Then how does Bryce react to that? He is trying to chastise his son, and his best friend is undermining him. Or at least that, but you see, this is why knowing how your characters feel is important, because that's how it reads to me. Bryce is angry. Al is not really taking it seriously. You know. And, you know, how does Bryce react to that? If the point is not for Al to undercut Bryce's chastising, the wording would have to be different. But, you know, it's all about, you know, when in further draft, adjusting tone to make sure that things flow. Like, if he's looking to minimize the damage and not undermine Bryce, it could be something like, you know, is it really that bad? You know, doesn't he remind you a little bit of us, you know, a long time ago? Okay, so does he want to undermine Bryce? Because, you know, this is where subtext can definitely come into play. Because if he's got a grudge, he would be smart about it. Okay, I don't know how I don't know if I cannot in the moment think of a way how I would be able to go about it. But, you know, that is things to keep in mind. Okay. Does the brother have a name? This is the second time that brother is used instead of the name. Okay. Is there a reason Aiden is not using Fergus's name? Okay. Because, we tend to use name unless there's a reason why. Why doesn't Fergus stay? He's the responsible one and he's the next in line. Take me with you to battle. Yeah. Why are the two people to rule going to war? That one is, Aiden is making a very valid point here. You do not send. It happens in the storyline of the game. Okay, you need to make it sense though. The reason cannot, well, if the reason is simply that Bryce has made up his mind, that tells us something about Bryce not being a very smart person. You see, games can get away with not telling everything because it's not important. When you tell a story, it needs to make sense. It needs to be plausible. And every decision implies stuff. So the question, commanding an army, then why is Bryce going? Because the army's going to look to Bryce. I mean, and here's the thing. I am not a tactician. I am not a nobleman. I have no experience in that. I am simply looking at it as a, where can I see flaws in the reasoning, or where am I interpreting what I'm seeing? So the situation is you need Bryce and Fergus to go to war. Wants to guide him. Who? Okay. All right. Okay. You've just laid out what you need to put in there. Because I mean, unless Aiden's not that smart and he doesn't see it, but yeah, Aiden should raise these arguments, and his Bryce should give that as his answer. And then And I would say, like, if you may want to look into the lore of the game. It's possible that the lore covers it. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the game at all. But that is a big difference between, and this is why adaptations are often problematic, because they have a tendency of highlighting things that in the other medium are not important. In the game, decisions like that are very minor, very irrelevant, because that's not what the game is about. It's just part of the setup. But in a story, a reader expects things to make a certain amount of sense. If somebody is sufficiently smart to run a section of the kingdom, you expect them to make the right kind of decision, which means that anytime they're not making what the reader expects to be the right decision, the reasoning needs to be established. It's one of the reasons why I am in my character's head so much, because I lay out all the mistake in reasoning that they do. I like that. I like having my characters make really wrong assumptions. So, but that is something to keep in mind, when translating work. Things, it cannot be direct translation, because then, as in here, stuff is missing. I like the rest, like this becomes just about continuing the argument and all like that. And here I would go like, I don't, if you tell me that Al, has what? How did you say it? Friend, he has a grudge. He has a grudge against him. That works, but there needs to be a reaction from Bryce. Because again, like, this is Al not taking the situation as seriously as someone chastising his son probably thinks it should be taken. Like, it doesn't have to be, the end of the world, but there should be, like, Bryce should react in some way. Or they get interrupted. And if they're going to be interrupted, I'm a big fan of interruptions. Well, and you can have that to interrupt the reaction. Like, you can have something like Bryce turned to Al. This is just me throwing in. And then I would not go, a guard came along. I would go with this. And then I would add, whatever of this is needed because they are not. Okay, stop. Damn it. You are going to be in third omniscient. As I said, I am not good at that one. So you could go with a Snarl and Fire, but he was by, and then you can have the rest of that. And then you can continue. But the main thing here is that people react. You know, and scenes, storytelling is all about action, reaction. Somebody does something or does not do something, somebody reacts to that. And, you know, it's a series of that. You tell me something, I react to that. You react to that. I react to that. And, you know, it can go on forever. You know, our job is to make sure it reaches the conclusion we need. But this is the thing, is that while scene can happen out of nowhere, you really want to minimize that as much as possible. So, a guard came over alongside a towering figure of a man with the glowing blue eyes and armor of the Grey Warden. Do you mean light is emanating from the eyes? Yes. All right. And armor of the Grey Warden, armor plated, covered his chest. I would do the description of the armor and then indicate that it's actually, I would not even indicate it, or maybe just indicate that it's the armor of office. Hey Darth, welcome to the stream, or welcome back to the stream. You know, because you say Lord Duncan of the Grey Warden. So, you know, I would just describe that, maybe at the end mark that it's his armor of office. And then we have this, because this indicates that he's from the Grey Warden. Alongside was a male dwarf. How are male and female dwarves told apart? And this we may very well fall under a me thing. So in this world, female dwarves do not have beards? Okay. Fair skin, long light brown hair, blondish hair, and a magnificent beard. Even in third omniscient, I don't know that, because magnificent is an emotional connotation. We can find something magnificent, but it's not by itself. It is a reaction we have to something, and since we are in third person, like, what does magnificent mean in this context? You know, is it woven? Is it braided with golden rings and stuff like, and jewels and stuff like that? Like, what makes it magnificent? I would put that instead of simply stating magnificent. Um, he's a former royal. Then I again, I I would still like. I would still encourage, describing what it means instead of just saying it, and just instead of just going magnificent, because magnificence is definitely a word that someone uses. Like, if we were in if this was from Aiden's point of view, then magnificent would work, and it would tell us something about Aiden. It's one of the reasons, like, I prefer being narrow over third person omniscient, because I like conveying something about my characters through what they see. Alongside a female mage, pale, oh, a pale skinned beauty with raven hair tied into a bun. Duncan, it's an honor to host you, of course, but I fear you have caught us in a busy time. Bryce. Greeted. Ask Al quickly left to talk to his contingent of knights and well-drilled men at arms. They spotted this. This would probably be more appropriate the first time we encountered them instead of here. Oh, that's quite all right. The darkspawn invasion has us all in a hurry. Turn to Aiden. Aiden Caslin, I had the luck of seeing that feels out of left field. Okay. I want to question if they're not taking it seriously. If it's not serious, why are they hurrying so much? But, okay, why does he need to say that? Why? Okay, why does Duncan need to address Aiden? He wants to recruit him. Recruit him to go to war? fine. For someone young, and yes, I have. Yourself wouldn't make a fine warden in this war. Okay. All right. Yeah. We have a problem. Gamble both my children, but you're gambling your heir. If they're not, if they aren't taking, like, if at this point the war is not serious. What is Duncan's authority over Bryce? So he can take whatever he wants. All right, there's a definite sense that you will have to make a decision about how seriously they take the war and adjust things in consequence. Because if you're going to use the fact that, you know, the war is currently no big deal as a reason for why he's going to take, you know, his son, the heir, to the battlefield so he can, you know, give him a chance to learn, everything else needs to follow that. And right now, it plays more as this is a pretty big thing. You know, we're all in a hurry. You know, I'm not going to put both my son at risk in the war. You know, you're going to have to settle on one and make sure that the rest is, you know, follows. And, you know, again, I'll refer, this is a place where the lore of the game may help you. It may not, because again, games won't. Can I think of a reason why Bryce would take his heir to the war front? Not willingly. That is like, he would have to be ordered to take him there by someone with higher authority, which in this case is the king. At which point we need to ask ourselves, what the bleep is the king doing? If Bryce does it willingly, that tells us something of his personality, and it's not good. Within the game, why does the heir need to have been gone along with with Bryce? And the game specifically says that Fergus is the heir? Do they say he's the oldest or that is the heir? Because that's the thing, the oldest does not have to be the heir. Not necessarily. Um, it it can be the norm. It can not necessarily, it can happen, but it doesn't have to be that. Um, there are circumstances where the eldest would actually be made a knight. The one after the reason, and here's the reason that the way I've been told slash read it, I don't remember how it was, is that the eldest is closer in age to his father than the ones below him, which means, in a world like that, the odds are that there's no more than 20 years between the father and the eldest son, which means that when the father retires, the eldest son is already pretty damn old and probably going to be retiring fairly soon himself. This is one of the reasons why a younger son might be chosen as the heir. And at that point, and if you make Aiden the heir, Bryce has really strong arguments to keep him here, to not allow him, because you don't risk your heir, And at that point, Bryce doesn't have to explain himself. Aiden can complain all he wants, can go, well, make Fergus the heir. He's the eldest, blah, blah, blah. And Bryce can just go, you're the heir, you're staying, we're leaving. And at that point, doesn't matter how important the war, how big the war is, Aiden has a reason to stay. Bryce can, no longer needs to explain why Fergus can go. But now it adds a complication to Duncan. Because while you tell me that the Order can take whatever they want, are there consequences to them taking an heir? And does... and is that something Duncan is willing to deal with? Like you say, Duncan wants to recruit Aiden. Does he ultimately recruit Aiden? Okay. Does the game explain why he recruits Aiden? Wait, did I miss the battle? Okay, let me deal with this. I'm just realizing I missed the battle, and I think I missed it by a fair bit. got too deep in the conversation. All right, so we're gonna have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Oh yeah, definitely. You know. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 60 allies. We're going up against 62 enemies. Ayu Fleep takes the lead. Estromage is in second. Dark Tigris takes over first, is in second. Flip takes over first again. Red October is in third place. See, Red October jumps to first, Ayu Flip is in second, Tigris is in third, and we are heading for the victory. And there we go, we're done, we've won. And Red October is in first place, 17 kill, 7 assist. That Dork Tigris is in second place, 10 kills, 3 assists. And Ayu Flip is in third, 13 assists. We have Fairy Shinobis and Musketeers. And no one claiming any of them. That Dork Tigris, Blue or Swede, gets Musketeers. Smagala, Red October, gets Shinobis. And Nyx Flare gets the Fairies. And we start the event. Alright, I want to check the quests. Units, Flying Rogues. Alright, so we are going to start with Flying Rogues then. Alrighty, let's see. We have gold, so that's where we're going to go. And Flying Rogue is what you want me to put down. Alrighty, so... it's 2 p.m. Well, past that at this point. Well past that. So time to visit the shop. Where anything not 30, which means my archers, is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I'm above 25. And that is that. So half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And now to visit the view side where anything neither 1 nor 30 is getting purchased. 50k, 55, 60. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Alright, so how force attack the city kills everyone. So is this a situation where Duncan asks Aiden to join his order basically because he's got no choice at that point? Okay. If it's a situation where he's got no choice, that's fine. Does it need to be addressed here? Because again, keeping in mind he's the heir. So does it need to be brought up here and in front of his father? Because, before we're simply dealing with Duncan, stepping on Bryce's toes, by, like he says, it's it's too bold. But if Aiden is the heir, he takes the risk. He takes the in game. Yeah, but in my guess is the game doesn't assign either one as an heir or doesn't care. Do you have to follow the game that strictly? Because, like you said, you established that Duncan has the authority. The question is, well, you weren't thinking about, but this is something we've just altered. So it's not like you could have planned for it, because when you were writing all of this, Aiden was not the heir. But now that he is the heir, this is what I mean by every decision as a consequence. It's all about, and now, because he's the heir, does Duncan risk it? He could risk it, okay? How does Bryce feel about Duncan wanting to take his heir to the battlefield, keeping in mind that he just got off an argument with his son about it? Like, he just had to fight with his son about that. And here comes this person who has the authority to make it happen. So we have an angry Bryce who's got to watch what he says, because if he pisses off Duncan, Duncan can take his son away. And how does Aiden feel about it? But he doesn't, this is the thing, does he have to care? Duncan has the authority to override his father. Why? He just argued with his father about wanting to go to the war, and his father had to literally says, "You're not going because I say so." Okay. And I'm going to throw another thought in there. What does Bryce think Aiden would do right here, right now, with Duncan having made the offer. Because this is something else to keep in mind. It's not all about what people do. A lot of the time, it's about what people think other people will do. Okay, thinking that his son would snap up the chance. What does Bryce do about that? Step in before Aiden can speak. Yeah, definitely. And and honestly, at that point, with this change in situation, this line really does not fit, because Bryce would not want to risk Duncan thinking about it. And at this point, this would probably be angrier than just Bryce smiling at Aiden. It would be something, go take care of your dog. And Aiden, might, at that point, this kind of still works. Of course you want to get rid of it, because now he's seeing the chance. His father just stepped in, so he knows that his father doesn't want him there because of that, And again, this can stay the same, but the tone would change, It's not his father shaking his head, your dog, your responsibility. If you like to add obscenities, that would fit. This would depend a lot on if Duncan feels that he's pushed Bryce as far as he can safely be pushed. Because, right now, with the changes we've made, this line comes across as stabbing a knife in Bryce's stomach, because, Bryce just said, no, it's not happening. And this would be Duncan going, well, you know what, we'll talk later. So they already have a lot of enemies in court. So yeah, then this is probably not there. And we have, Aiden, Gilmore leaving, and we are following them, which means that you can imply whatever you want happening while they're away, that you can then state within the next time we encounter the character. I will be right back. This is probably not the same for everyone else. I doubt. I don't expect many writers like this, but this is the exact kind of situation that I love as a writer. when I have set what needs to happen, and then I need to justify. I need to rework the scene. I need to make sure that things fit so that I get the conclusion I need and the reasons make sense. My first drafts are very much like that to a point. All my scenes happen because I need them to happen. If I can mold them properly, that's what I do. But a lot of the time I can't. And my second drafts are all about making people. Making, the reason. More basically what we just did here. Looking over, okay, what motivation, what are the motivation? What can I twist slightly just to make it work so that everything falls into place? I love these moments. I love that work. All right, so we are going to pick up here. Come on, Gilmore. Let's go. Aiden said, taking his leave and made his way to the keep. The closer they got to the kitchen and the louder the screaming. When they entered, they were greeted by an elderly woman screaming at the elven servant. "Anybody home?" Aiden said with a chuckle as he entered the kitchen. You could, if you want, add while they're walking, place, Aiden thinking over what just happened, what he wants to do, and stuff like that. That's at that point, it's up to you. And you may be able to look at things you've set up later and realize that that he could have started thinking about it here, and you can start seeding it, because maybe I have not read any further, so I don't know what you've done, but maybe Aiden is already making plans to grab Duncan on the side and talk him into forcing him to join. Maybe you've told me what Duncan wants, what Duncan plans, but what are Aiden's own plans about it? Let's see. "Anybody home?" Aiden said with a chuckle as he entered the kitchen. Gilmore hung back with a wary half smile. You and that bloody mongrel of yours," the elderly woman yelled as she marched over to him, much to the servant's relief. "Helen is a pure-blooded warhound," he said with a grin, seemingly unfazed by her rage. "A blight is what he is, a blight upon my kitchen," she yelled, shaking her rolling pin at him. A deadly weapon of which he had been on the receiving end of many times. "See to him at once," she ordered, and despite being there's no and is not either here. She ordered despite being his servant. He chuckled and nodded. All right. "She's in a fine mood," Gilmore whispered. Gilmore lives there, right? He works for Bryce, basically. Yeah. And the reason I'm asking is that knowing that is he would be familiar with her. So this here, would fit better as a question rather than a statement. Is she ever in a better one? Because, they're sharing something that both of them know at this point. The other one makes it sound like Aiden is telling something to Gilmore that Gilmore did not know. He whispered back as they opened the door and stepped in. Gilmore closing the door behind it. This could be replaced with it, since we already have the door here. Want to avoid word duplication whenever possible. There was his warhound, Ripper, big enough to come up to his waist, with a formidable muscular frame and teeth that could tear flesh. I think that should be flesh. That could tear flesh apart. He barked happily upon seeing Aiden. I see, okay. Next to him was a rather large dead rat. Aiden smiled and got on one knee as the dog rushed over, wagging his tail. Did you deal with our rats? Hey, clever boy, he said, petting the dog as he turned to Gilmore. Hey, grab us a fine cut of meat, of steaks. It's your head if Ellen figures it out. He nodded, fetching a piece and throwing it over. It'll be fine, he said, standing up and catching it. Holding it up in the air above the hound. The dog sat down, looking up hopefully. So we've got standing up, holding it up, sat down, looking up. That's 3 up, all in a succession. I would seek to change 2 of them. Right off the bat, standing does not need an up, because that's about the only thing you can do. You cannot go standing down. There is an expression to stand down, but that is it would not fit in this context. So he said standing and catching it. He held it in the air above the hound. And right there, we have 2 of them gone. We're down to 1. And, this one, works. Of the 3, this is the one that works best. The dog sat down, looking up, hopefully. Could be hopeful. Good dog, he nodded and dropped the steak, smiling as the dog jumped up, snatching it. Snitching? Really? You have a dog that's going to tell on you? Snatching it in front the air with its mighty jaws. Snatching it. I mean, you could go out of the air with his mighty jaw, but I'm not sure even that's needed. Sir Gilmore picked up the rat. Never seen one this big. It must be from the wilds. Bag it up and we'll take it out with us, he said, raiding the larder and helping himself to an apple. Steak swiftly eaten and rat bagged. This would be, this is basically the tail end of him talking. So this becomes a different paragraph. They went back to the kitchen. I've warned you about that, Ellen yelled and whacked him on the shoulder with the rolling pin as he munched on the apple. And she pointed the rolling pin to the... Wait, what? She pointed to the rolling pin of the dog. So I'm guessing it's probably roll at the dog. Stay out of my kitchen. We know who's speaking, you know, because you already have that as an action. So she warned, well, you know, it's in the text already, so it's not really, it doesn't need to be stated. You actually saved your kitchen from an oversized rat, Aiden said, shaking the bag, the dog barking. Oh my, one of the servant whimpered, I'm guessing. Backing away from the bag. Why? Oh, there's an H to whimper, okay. That doesn't excuse him for the 100th of times he was helping himself to the cut of steak. She countered. The dog whined. Oh, fine, I guess you earned it this time, Ellen said, giving in and throwing a cut of beef. The dog cut it in midair. Gilmore and Aiden shot each other a knowing look, unable to hold back their grin. Ellen noticed and eyed them up. I know that look. What have you done? She said, raising her voice, shaking the rolling pin at them. Nothing, Aiden said with an infectious smile. Yeah. Infectious is another descriptive that's not really neutral. That's something somebody would say. I mean, he's already grinning. So does it need to be restated? Is what I would look at here. You gave him a cut of meat already, didn't you? Cheek bloody sword out now, she said, whacking him and Sir Gilmore with the rolling pin repeatedly, and chased them out alongside the dog, holding the parts of the beef in his mouth. Little wordy for saying still chewing the beef. Pair of them chuckled away as they closed the door behind them. Gilmore turned to Aiden. Right. I can trust you to see your mother and brother? I got duties to perform. I wouldn't make that a question. It's more how we speak, unless you're taking that directly from how it's said in the game. I would make it right. Can I trust you to see to your mother and brother? I got duty to perform. Yeah, sure. Have fun. Aiden nodded and looked at his dog, who lay on the floor chewing the beef. Enjoy the beef, boy. All from your head? Cool. If you make it a statement, I would see to it that it's part of how Gilmore speaks, and to establish it further down, that he's got a slightly different diction than most people. To the beef, Aiden said, and made his way upstairs to the third floor where his family lived, where he saw his mother, Eleanor, chatting with his auntie, Landra, who... Huh. Okay, so that's the link to the person itself. Seemingly had come visit alongside them. Yeah, no worries. I mean, seemingly had come to visit. Like, there's no seemingly about it. She's there. So, it would be somebody is, is Auntie Landra visiting with a beautiful, mature elven lady in waiting. Okay. All right. This falls under the personal, like this is a bit of a me thing, but if a character knows someone's name, I open with that. Instead of giving the impression that we're dealing with someone unknown and then, describing them and then throwing the name. So here I, Landra visiting, along, what did I was going? With Iona, a beautiful mature elven lady in waiting. Someone who always caught Aiden's eye. This addition is the only reason I am not going to make a comment about this. Because we are clearly looking at her from Aiden's point of view in this section. And because of that, it makes sense that what he is seeing would be tainted with emotional words. Alrighty, we will have Stream Raider Battle. Sorry, advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. And we are off. Oh, I see. Bragi is in first place. Richter is in second. Astromage is now... Wait. Let's see. Genimon takes over first place. Astromage is in second. Guitar Bard is in third. And I think we're done. Genimon is in first place with 4 kills. Astromage is in second place, 3 kills. Guitar Bard and Silver the Diamond Witch are tied in third place, 1 kill and 2 assists. We have tanks. Do we have a cornbread? No, not anymore. We have rogues that no one is currently claiming. So, Bone Ska and Nursing Geek have been robbed. Mope gets tanked. And I get scrolls. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. Alrighty, flying rogues. And I'm gonna mark this since it's the last battle. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright. Aiden, his mother called as he made his way over to them. She paused when she saw the type. I don't know that you need to establish what she says, because the question more or less makes it clear. What on earth is that? She said, looking appalled. What does it look like? Ugh. How does he feel about his mother? Like, what does it look like? Feels very defiant, very dismissive. It's one of those, what does it look like? Especially with the roll of the eyes. Like, does he respect his mother? Does he, like, I understand his attitude with his father. You know, it's definitely confrontational. Where does he stand with his mother? So he... Okay, all right, well, irritation definitely comes across. Okay, he said, rolling his eyes as his auntie giggled and Iona smirked. What does the cousin do? Or, yeah, I noticed. I do that all the time. Okay. And here's the question to ask. If he's not important to the plot, does he need to be there? That is always something to keep in mind when putting a character in there. That's not to say they can only be there if they're important to the plot. But you know, a certain level of what is the point of them being in the scene, you know, to justify their presence. Like if you have them interact, exchange word, and you can pass information, then okay, fine. You know, but if he's just there because Aiden has a cousin, then maybe just mentioning that that he is the cousin he would expect to be there is not. If he never shows up anywhere, is the fact that he has a cousin needed? She made a vain attempt at trying to rub the tattoo off. Aiden, do you have any idea what you've done? This doesn't come off. Obviously, and I don't see the harm. Considering, well, okay. At the start of the story, when he asks the girl if he's got something, if he's got a tattoo, is he joking? Or does he actually not know that he has a tattoo? He didn't know. Then to be fair, he doesn't have any idea what he's done. That doesn't mean he can't say obviously, but it will come across as him not being honest. I mean, does he have to answer the first part of his mother? Can it simply be, I don't see the harm? Noblemen do not go around with tattoo on their face. You look like some common thug. Not a child anymore, he sighed. It's my body, not yours. You're overreacting, sister. Ugh. Yeah, it's a me thing. I'm not going to bring it up. I think it looks rather good on him, Wandra giggled. It's been some time, nephew. This one I will question it, though. Why the title? Is there a reason she's not calling him by his name? Like, I really want to call this one out for the same reason, but that is a me thing. Many people refer to their sibling as sister, brother. I simply don't like it. But, you know, this one feels off. Is Auntie Landra greeted? You know, we've already established who she is. I don't think we need this. Basically, you only need to establish the speaker once per line, if even that. That's the most you need to. So everything else you add needs to play a different role. If, in this case, you consider that the greeting is the important part, then her giggling, you know, would probably, you'd probably want to remove it. In this case, I do think the giggling is more important, so I would remove that. It's been some time, nephew. Oh, Jesus. They definitely do not have the same Yeah, and splitting it, giving it a pause works. Like that, it creates a bit of distance. That's why I think it's better. That is why I think the giggle is the more important of the two. Okay. Okay. I believe the last time we met, you got so plastered, me and Darren had to carry you to your carriage. Whoa, the lack of respect. respect, I would never speak like that to one of my aunts. Like, like the closest to something like this that I would dare say is, oh yes, the last time we met was quite memorable, and in the thoughts I might describe what actually happened. Like, I would never speak to one of my aunts like that. But you know, but the thing is that it establishes something of the relationship that I don't have with my aunts. My aunts would not giggle at being told that. Ooh, who no, they would not. But you know, the fact that her aunts then giggles, although we have giggle here, we have it here, and you know, Eleanor. Has his mother's name been given before? Yes, right here. Okay. And Eleanor rolled her eyes. You know, like I said, I would not do something like that, but it indicates, it gives a sense of the relationship between him and Landra, because yeah, he's okay saying that, and she's okay being told that. You're a bad influence on him. I'm pretty sure you meant mother here. His mother's side. She giggled. Oh, there's no harm in living a little while you still can. His cousin therein stepped forward and offered a handshake. Only just recovered from the beating you gave me last tournament. You're welcome to try again at the next, Aiden said, shaking his hand. He turned to his auntie's lady in waiting again. Auntie's lady in waiting. And Ariana, it's good seeing you again. He kissed her hand and cheek, and as her cheek warmed. Third omniscient. Okay. I thought you would like me to bring her again. She was eager to come, his auntie said, nudging Iona. Blushing bright scarlet, Iona turned away from her. My lady, please. Sister, that's enough of that, please. Lenore pleaded and turned to Aiden. Why don't you go see to your brother? He's saying his goodbyes in his room. Aiden said his goodbye and took his leave. When Gilmore tells Aiden initially that his mother thinks he's been attacked. What was the wording? Your mother worries you were attacked. Was he exaggerating, making it up? And the reason I'm asking is that she does not seem like she was worried, like at any point. Like if she was really worried, it feels like this opening here. Yes, it did. But what you could do here is just add, Aiden is what they're called, as he made his way to her. Where have you been? I was, and do my favorite thing, break. What on earth is that? Because, again, it goes back to, what's important first. She's afraid. She was afraid. She was worried. She was worried, so that's the first thing she would want to address. And then, she realized that there's something on his face, and now that becomes more important. It's it's how I would handle it. After that, I don't think it needs to be brought up, but I think it needs to be touched, because while she's been distracted on seeing Aiden, she would be reminded of the worry she had. I would put another scene break here. Upon entering his big brother, Fergus, at this point, I would probably go with Fergus, because we've already said... yeah, we've already said he's going to his brother's room, so... entering Fergus's room, he saw him kneel, hugging his son Oren, his forehead rested against his wife. I'll be back before you know it, my love. Oh, this is definitely personal. He said softly and played a gentle kiss upon her lips, to which Aiden made the sound quite similar to being sick. His brother smiled, and his sister-in-law narrowed her eyes upon him as all three turned toward him. Uncle, their son called and ran to him. He smiled warmly, picked up in the air. Is that a tattoo? Cool. How old is Oren? Between 4 and 8. How does he know what a tattoo is? He could, you can have sort of the same thing by going, what is that? Throwing the child up and catching him. What on earth have you done to yourself? Oriana sighs. Find beauty from the old Orlesian Empire. Fergus chuckled at the tattoo as Eden, holding his nephew close, walked into the room. Should I even let you smooch more? Fergus and Oriana stood up. One of these days... Stood? Now it is Iron as all three turned toward him. Fergus is on his knees, hugging his son, his forehead against his wife. Okay, you might want to make the geography a little clearer. Maybe indicate that she's also sitting on something. Or kneeling also, like she might be kneeling behind Oren, like just because saying that they turn. Well, caught me a little by surprise. Stood up. One of these days, you've fallen in. One of these days, you'll fall in love. Find a proper girl and then you'll understand. He chuckled as they hugged. Who says I haven't? He said, feigning offense as he passed over Oren to his mother. Mother, can I get a tattoo in here? It could be, can I get one of them? Fergus scoffed. I say proper girl, not your casual rolls in the hay with Iona and who knows what. Ooh! What else? Oh! The jab! Never, Oriana growled. And Fergus, manners, please. Again, we've already established who's speaking, so we don't need that again. In this context, I think the nudging is justified because, she nudged him gently, or me being me, she planted his elbow in his side. The pair of them smile at Orana. And looked back to each other. You'll be missed, Aiden sighed, and I'll miss you. Fergus nodded. I'll have an awful hard time fighting all these darkspan on my own. A pair of them chuckled. Some of this may need to be adjusted now that Aiden is the heir. Like, it's not a guarantee. But, but keep that change in mind when you revisit the section, because talking about the war will be impacted by Aiden's current new position. How long do you think this will go for? Not much longer by the sound of it. The king bested the darkspawn in every battle so far. I'll be back. I'll be back in a month or two. Father, can you bring me back a sword? Oren asked. I want to learn how to fight like you and Uncle, and go out hunting the evil darkspawn and fight knights in shining armor tournament, he said, swinging an invisible sword. The brothers chuckled. Okay, this is the second time. Okay, the name doesn't show up again, so I'm actually, no, it's right here again. Yeah, I think Oriana's eyes narrowed upon the brothers. This is your influence, the pair of you, always boasting. Aiden roughed up Oren's hair. You don't want a sword from a battlefield. Let me carve you one out of wood. It'll be much easier to train with. Would you? He said, his eyes lighting up with joy. Make 2 of them and you can train me. Aiden? Yeah. It is the best descriptive even I can think of that. He turned to her, smiling brightly. What? You got to learn at some point. Please, Mother? Oren pleaded. I'll think about it, she sighed. You always say that, the boy groaned. So we're all here, Bryce said, walking in with their mother. I got news for you, Fergus. Earl Howe's men are delayed. So I want you to take the bulk of the army, and I and Howe will catch up. The reason is that we have him with his knight there. I think the rest of Earl Howe's men are delayed, I think would fit better, because we've already established that some of them are there, and just saying his men are delayed is a little jarring. So I want you to take the bulk of the army. I and I will catch up to you. We'll catch up. Fergus shook his head. Still delayed? Mother of the Maker. You would think you would think they're walking backwards the way they're going. Please be careful on the road, dear. Eleanor pleaded. I will be fine, Mother. Fergus insisted. Maybe you should do me a favor and take her with you. She scares off those... Maybe you should do me a favor and take... She'll scare off... I do not like it, but I suspect it's a personal thing. Again, I would never talk about my mother that way. Fergus grinned. Oh yes, she nagged those Darkspawn right back to the hole they came from, and without dinner. This is not a jesting matter, Eleanor said, looking between them as Bryce laughed. Fergus kissed his son and wife. Right then, right. I'll be off then. See if I can gather plenty of ale and wenches for a long journey. Fergus! Oriana scowled and Eleanor groaned. What's a wench? Oren asked. Bryce stroked the boy's hair. A wench, dear Oren, is a woman who serves ale, or one who drinks too much of it. He smirked. He then looked over Bryce. So Auntie Landra then. The boys shared a chorus of laughter, while the girl shot them scalding look. I swear, I'm surrounded by children. I don't know exactly. Again, said, exasperated. Why did this go in front? All of them made light conversation on the way to the castle gate, Eleanor and Bryce watching on. Fergus mounted his horse, and Aidan on one side, Oriana and Oren on the other. Well, this is it. I'll be sure to tell you all about my glorious deed when I return, he said with a smug grin. Enjoy the long, cold march. I will be curled up in bed with the with the very warm Iona, he countered, mirroring his smug grin. You dog. Now I'm getting jealous. Fergus turned to Oriana. Too bad I can't bring you with me. Oriana blushed. Shrugged his leg. I'll keep you warm when you get back. She smiled. Ooh, I bet that keeps you going. Aiden said. Not half. Okay, I do not get this one, but I suspect it might be, yeah. What does he mean there? And while you think, while you do that, we will have the advertising, Stream Murder Battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies, and we are off. Satoru's in first place. Monobert is in second. Spider takes over second. Nursing Geek is in second. Zucker is in first. Spider is in third. And oh, we're done already. Zucker, fewer Dioran, is in first place with 4 kill. Nursing Geek is in second place, 3 kill. And Spider is in third, 1 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about a blue or Swede? Oh, blue or dropped by for 1 battle and left. Then we've got paladins that no one is currently claiming. So, Darth gets the paladin and BMAC gets gold. And with that, the battling for the day is done. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a very hard battle. We will go to a gold and then the boss. I hope to see you then. Considering that, if you're going to publish this, your audience will in large part be American, you may want to use something that's less slang. Something as simple as, oh yeah. I think, oh yeah, is a little more universal. Fergus chuckled. Farewell. Blackened cloud began to darken the sky above as Fergus rode up to meet up with the gathering army outside the wall. One day, I want to join him in battle, Oren said as Eleanor and Bryce left. Aiden looked to Ariana, who held Oren tight. Her shoulder shaking silently. Aiden placed a gentle hand on her back. His brow furrows. Hey sis, wanna go to church? Pray. She looked up at him, smiling warmly. I'd like that, she said, sniffing and batting her eyelashes. Batting eyelashes as a very trying to seduce someone connotation. Um, I get that you're going for the fact that her eyes are filled. Um, yeah. Um, I think in this case, being a little more direct would work. Would be different. Sniffing and fighting back the tears. Um, you know, there are times when telling is completely appropriate. And it's just because batting eyelashes has a connotation, and it is very much a woman trying to, you know, seduce is a strong word, but trying to let a man know that she's interested, or at least as a guy, that's what I've picked up from the reading I've done. Um, do we have to, or unwind as they laughed? The three of them went to church to pray and spend the day together until the dinner, where they made conversation with Duncan alongside his companions. Then he retired to the room where Yona knew to wait for him, wearing nothing but her underwear as she lay on his bed, having helped herself to a glass or two of his wine. Um, an arming sword on display upon the wall above his bed, on the ground with justice and temperance just above. I do not. I don't. I don't quite get what this is about. Like, Aiden arming sword on display? I don't. I think here that one of the things that happens that this feels very much out of place because he's got a naked women on his bed and he's paying attention to what's on the wall. What I would do instead is because you're going to be in third omniscient. I would start with Aiden entering his room and then describe the room. Give the reader a sense of what's there. And being in third person omniscient, every detail fits because it's not Aiden paying attention to something, it's the narrator telling us what the room. And then once this is done, we can move on to Aiden and this lady on his bed. And and then the shield and the fabric that will be described as being part of it. And can go forward from that. All right. With it being nearly 3:30, I think this is a decent place to stop. I've been looking for a reasonable place to stop for the last 20 minutes. I was hoping to have a place to stop where I could give you some time to, ask me specific question. Instead of just bringing the stream to an end. You're not good with questions? Okay, well then. I all right. Well, then I will bring the stream to an end. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping. What's the overall impression of the character and story? At this stage, the characters feel somewhat undefined. It's a first draft. There's a definite sense of they're there because the story calls for them to be there, calls for them to accomplish very specific role, and on the whole, they have the personality that the role requires. As I said, one thing you're going to want to do is learn who your characters are, what their personality are, and establish how they will behave in specific situation, irrelevant of what the story wants. Like, it doesn't matter if the story needs, for example, Bryce to be happy with Duncan wanting to make Aiden a warden. He's his heir. He's the child. He's not going to want to put him in there. And, the story might want him to be happy with it. But as a character, as a father, as a ruler, he would not. This is where, character-driven stories, are what I prefer, and this is personal. But even if the characters don't drive the story, they can't feel like the story drives them. And right now, at this stage, there's many places where it feels like the characters are behaving the way they are simply because the story calls for them to behave that way. Their personality aren't defined enough to come across as it is them who are deciding this, and therefore the story is moving in that direction. So, and this is a first draft. It's totally normal that it'd be like that. But that is something you're going to want to pay attention. That is something you're going to want to, define the characters so that when they show up, when they have to interact with the story doesn't get to push them around. And there are places where the story is going to have to adjust. Just like making Aiden an heir has forced adjustment to happen. Just giving a definite personality to the characters will force the story to make adjustment. On the level of the story, well, this is very much the setup. As someone who doesn't know the game, I know nothing of the game. All I have is what is there. And it's a little rough around the edges. but it's a first draft, so that's expected. A lot of the character interaction is very interesting. Like, you know, it's about 4 chapters of setup. Okay. All right. Hey, Snoopa, my beard is majestic. Okay, cool. Well, you're a person. You're not a narrator, so yes, I will allow the use of the word. Ish. Oh. It feels like a lot, but so long as you make the writing, what's happening, taking place, interesting, that's fine. It's all. But I do have to bring the stream to an end now. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by, keeping me company. I thank you for the privilege of doing this, Mr. the Cat. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, Desperate Treatment. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.